All right. Let's get her going. Alrighty. How's it going, folks? Hello, Waffle, Toaster. You hate pants? Yeah, wear skirts. You're already a femboy. What? It's on brand. What more do you want? Uh, 5? That's probably good, right? I'm wrong every time, but maybe I'll be right this time. All right. We're back with more Great Ace Attorney. Normally I do these on Tuesdays. At least I was trying to, but since Tuesday is going to be the new patch for FF14, we're doing this instead. Yeah. Hopefully, I don't know how far we are into the trial. I think we're halfway. I do want to try and get this done by this month, though, so can't fucking wait to go fishing again. I mean, play Stormblood. Yeah. I mean, there's a whole expansion of, various content, but yeah, fishing's also good. That's totally fine. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. It's gonna be a good time. Pretty hyped for it. Although I've been seeing a lot of I made the mistake of clicking on like one Xeno video, and now I'm getting recommendations from like a bunch of different FF14 content creators, and I'm like, oh god, because I think they're fine, right? But like some of the opinions they have are just like, oh boy, that's out of touch. Like, Jesus Christ. I hope the developers are not listening to this. So it's more frustrating than anything else. But now it's just fucking filled my recommendation. The fucking clickbait gets me every time. Always that face of them going like, or on the fucking thumbnail, and I'm like, well, now I gotta know what it's about. What are they all pissed off about? And I click, and damn it, get me every time. But anyways, yeah, super excited. So we'll be playing that tomorrow. As far as today, current plan is to play Great Ace Attorney until I can't handle it. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll do a full 4 hours of it. If we don't, I genuinely don't know what we're gonna do. It's not gonna be PGR because without even thinking, I did my dailies and spent all my serum, and I'm like, shit, I needed that for potentially doing story. So there's no content to do for today. So after this, maybe, I don't know, Shadows of Doubt, maybe? We haven't done WWE in a while. Could do that. That's fun. I don't know. But we'll see how much of this I can do tonight. Before my voice gives out. Learned Rishi Mahjong stream? Oh boy. I'll pass. Thank you. I don't plan on playing the Yakuza games at any point. Should be right. I think. So last we left off, we had basically Seishiro Jigoku, the judge, basically admitted to shooting Gregson, and so this trial should be over. But Kazuma is just not allowing it. He wants to know all about this assassin exchange that Barrack maybe took place in. We don't know. But there's some sort of British counterpart that Jigoku couldn't go against. And, yeah. It was the judge? Oh, yeah, I guess you weren't there for that, Toaster. Yeah, we finally broke him down and he admitted to it on the stand. That, Gregson came to kill him, in Seishiro... Or, wait, what? How did it go? I think it was Gregson tried to kill him, and he had to kill him back. Or no, it was the judge was actually there to kill Tobias. It didn't go the way he wanted to, but he was basically forced into it because there was this assassin exchange from both countries. Japan and Britain both agreed to send an assassin to each other's countries to kill a target there, and then use diplomatic immunity to protect them so they could go back. We don't know why or who did it, but that's the reason why. And so when Kazuma failed because of the events of the first game, because he was the one chosen as the assassin to come here to kill Gregson the first time, because he failed because of the events of the first game, then basically they got screwed up. And so Seishiro Jigoku had to come, or Judge Jigoku had to come here himself and do it because he had no other option. He was basically coerced into doing it. Yeah, that's implied to be what Kazuma's mission was, and Kazuma accepted it. He says he accepted it without intending to actually do it. He just did it because it would give him access to Britain, which he wanted to do anyways, to get to the professor case and to Barrack. But anyways, that's kind of what we know. One of the Mahjong clients that just got up to B1 rank. The starting rank is like D3. Ooh, nice. Yeah, so the like the title says, the plot is dummy thick. And now Barrack is explaining himself. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Oh yeah, Dr. Wilson from the first game was the target for the other assassin. Whoops, I didn't mean to click. Always forget I can't click off because it counts as an input. What does he say? Whoops. Can't wait to finally be reunited with my Pookie in FF14. It's true. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? That's honestly a good question. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. It's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Okay. Let's see here. I'm taking the lover, taking a lover, oof. Freudian slip, never take the life of another, no, I've instructed another to kill. Seeking the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. I think the one I want to press is the, there's no link between him and Dr. Wilson. I do not have a lover. Turbo Virgin over here. No common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Let's talk about that. I'm gonna change that? Not with you. There was a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? The best grilled fish and chips in town. Where fucking god damn it! Son of a bitch! Fucking I knew it. I wrote this game. Yeah, drink tea while it's hot. I did absolutely call it. I should have known. Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. Toaster said I wasn't being enough of a bottom because of something I said. Well, just don't lie. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. Something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Okay, so is that maybe the contradiction, based on what he said there? A reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange? Asked what my favorite fake currency was, and his answer was pounds. Okay, despite that being not a fake currency. I said the only pounds I need are me pounding your mom. Okay, that is distinctly unbottom-like behavior, to be fair.
Hold it!
Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we only have the accused insistence of his innocence. From the fictional land of England? Man, I hate to break it to you, but I'm pretty sure the UK is real. Sorry? Perhaps there was some reason that would explain why he masterminded the Sea Assassin exchange. Yeah, British people aren't people, but Britain is a real place. There's, you know, subtle distinction. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Like that has ever fucking mattered in Ace Attorney. Are you out of your mind? Didn't we literally just have a Japanese, like, Supreme Court judge lie on the stand repeatedly? What the fuck are you talking about? Why do they keep bringing up perjury? Every once in a while they do this and it never makes any goddamn sense. Well, yes, that's true, but...
Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
If we don't identify something first,
He'll gain the advantage.
this could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks.
Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see.
Also, let me double check something. Wouldn't this technically establish a link? Because John H. Wilson was the guy who did the autopsy on Clint. I don't know if this is enough to establish a proper contradiction, though. Yeah, fucking literally everybody in the AA universe commits perjury. If the witness is on the stand, they lie. The only game where that wasn't the case was Dual Destinies, because in specific instances, they were just too emotional to give a proper testimony. But they didn't intentionally lie. Literally every other time, there's fucking lies. Or they're just idiots and they're saying the wrong thing. But yeah, I think this might be the thing we have to present. I'm not super sure yet, though.
Oh dear me, what a bleak expression.
I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo.
I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks has something to hide after all? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's... the one other person is Clint. We'll give it a shot. We have a lot of life at this point. We'll just send it. Elf Gregson and Dr. Wilson.
Objection!
Yep. What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Still can't help but feel like we're playing right into Cosmo's hands, but... Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. Minovsky is just torn between his two tops. Yeah, it's gotta be rough for the guy. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. Everyone knows him and Sholmes switch. He declared that he was certain that he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Isogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting? Yes. Indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? Ow! By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order. Order at once. Wonder if Stormblood's going to be added to the starter edition because it's now in the free trial. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. I would presume so, because the starter edition is literally just what you have in the free trial, but you don't have any of the free trial restrictions. Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be the oddest thing in the world if they didn't. Well, no, it wouldn't make sense because if you have it in the free trial and you buy their starter edition, like, it wouldn't make sense for you to lose access to it. I guess the starter edition really doesn't add any content. It just removes restrictions. So I guess by default it's getting added? To my knowledge? I don't know. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. Also, wonder if it would lower the price of the complete edition, because technically it loses an expansion. I don't think so. I mean, considering that Dawn Trail is coming out in like 6 months, or October, November, December, January, February, I think it's coming out in March or April. So given that it's coming out in half a year, I imagine once Dawn Trail gets added to the complete edition, it's going to even out anyways. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast to this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. I doubt it, but I can dream. It's possible. I doubt Square Enix would allow that to go through. If it was down to Yoshi P, yeah, he would do it. But Square Enix is in charge of the store and the pricing, so. You did not find my secret second wine stash in the courtroom. Square needs the money? Yeah, they... Boy, do they. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. Oh, as it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishido Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Kuruma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Oh, was that when, the blade tip got on? Oh my god, we get to voice Gregson again. Right, I see. You're that Ashogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. Jesus. It's actually John Cena. That's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy report were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Von Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick Von Zeeks. Oh boy. Fucking sit down, Stormheart. Oh, Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zeeks? I think he's about to accuse Strongheart. Holy shit, I think I was right. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this. And yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Oh my god. Am I actually going to accuse the judge of this trial? And his name is John Cena! I like how you actually phonetically spelled out the trumpet to his intro song. Like, you got it 100% correct. That's great. This is a little bit more. I think it's Strongheart, because Strongheart was he was the guy who was going to lead the prosecution before Barrett convinced him to let him do it. And he's like the supreme fucking top of the ladder. So it has to be him. Who else could it be? No one else would have authority over Barrick. Just gotta send it.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? I fucking knew it was him. There was too much linking him. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for the control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. Oh, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Wild fucking case. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Yo, me and Barrick being on the same side is kinda rad, actually. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal, don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
Ow! But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Oh! I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone nor anything. How the fuck do you do that so often? My hand hurts so much. Ah! Order in court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? The dog collar! Why did they hide it? I've been waiting a game to figure out what the fuck was going on there! Please! Sholmes, get in here! Only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Come on, buddy. Now's the time. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Well, actually, it's not Sholmes. It's Mikotoba. Because he was the one who actually did it. It was just Wilson who signed off on it. So Sholmes related. I was mostly right, but still.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is... Eugene Mikotoba! Isn't Scythe still alive as well? Yes, but she won't testify about it. Because we tried to get information out of her during the Harebrained trial, and she just said no. She's been thoroughly coerced.
Heaven help us. Another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Just hoping to see hot autopsy mommy and her hot daughter. Fair.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We can summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Wasogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Wasogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Alright, that's a low blow. That seems like something a judge shouldn't say. But, I mean, fucking... law here doesn't make any sense. There are no rules, and the objections are made up, and the points don't matter. Anyways.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, this will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Yeah, whose trial is it anyways, exactly?
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Wasogi, you'll be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Wasogi.
Oh. New animation. Ow! Ow! Warg!
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is...
Who is it? Please tell me it's Shums. Aha! Yes! My man! Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
Oh, the whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
Someone theorized that Sholmes is related to both the Gavins from Apollo Justice. Oh, maybe. See, they do have very similar hair color, but who knows?
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the
Oh, God.
prevarications of your superiors?
Oh, he's got the public on his side.
Order. Order in court.
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. That has emerged from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
Auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge is absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
What will that really do?
I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present who can honestly say fucking shit balls?
What?
The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody.
My lord, you showed those present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourself on this outlandish accusation.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
That's good. Testify. Testify.
I testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to listen to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikitoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak.
Yes! Not even gonna give him 5 fucking minutes to get his shit together. Oh, this is rad. Oh, this is so good. Bit sad that this game didn't have the first to killer assassin, since I remember them saying the first to killer was active in the 20th century. Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe there's some sort of link between Asashin and the killer, but who knows? They've been kind of vague on like the links between the characters in this game and the characters in other Ace Attorney games. Beyond like Ryunosuke, who has literally the same last name, it's kind of like up to interpretation, so maybe. Headcanon is abound.
I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo,
Ah, yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Oh, we're gonna fucking get you, Strongheart. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. And Mael Strongheart. God damn it! Fuck! And confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. I hate this game. To be continued immediately. Alright, let's fucking do it. Wow. Part 3. Also want to believe that Soseki is Larry's ancestor. That would be pretty great. Oh, and Gory is also here. Hello? Why are you mad dogging Mikotoba?
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Jesus Christ, how'd you type that fast?
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gory.
Copy paste? I mean, even for copy paste, that was fast.
Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Typed it 30 minutes ago and copied it just in case. He's got it, like, saved on a notepad. Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Summon the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. I didn't if it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. He was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Down bad for both crazy anime girls and Dami mommies, aren't I? Fuck yeah. No shit. Anybody that will treat you like shit and emotionally manipulate you is right up your alley.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
This is a new track, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, this is new.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese men.
Alright. Good to see that we're We're maintaining the racist themes of this game right till the very end.
Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Hold on now. A secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced that we revealed decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. But Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
Oh, but Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. What if Barak is Godot's ancestor, considering they have lines about how they have to have a certain amount of their respective drinks in each trial? That would actually be pretty great. That's a pretty fun headcanon. They're the two prosecutors that are constantly drinking shit. Maybe. Yo, Trials and Tribulations is so good. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why.
I'm here too. You know, it makes me feel so many things. He's a hottie. He's a what do they call him on Tumblr? Tumblr sexy man? Very much so.
Very well then. We will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
I don't like a lot of Tumblr sexy men, but some of them are hot. Yeah, I mean, Tumblr's kind of their own breed. They'll fuck anything. And I mean, you'll fuck a lot of things, but they will fuck anything.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Migatoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Ah.
Well, that clears things up nicely.
Oh, that's an evil laugh for sure. Look at this smug prick. Fuck this guy. Yeah, you need the... You need that character in the Mahjong Gacha. You're gonna die otherwise.
Oh, the only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon.
Not even a question mark, that was a statement.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
It was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryadovsky.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Bitch.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. All right. What's my favorite apple? You've asked me this already. It's Honeycrisp. Couldn't see there was any indication the autopsy result had been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. No other signs of the internal injury, nothing questionable at all. What the fuck did you find in his stomach?
Hold it!
Mine's bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Nice. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring
Was inside the victim's stomach.
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th, or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? This fucking side profile is so good.
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I know. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that it is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Well, we're going to investigate the shit out of that. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Wow, if that is not the game telling me to look at the fucking evidence I just got then nothing is. That's the most obvious they've ever been. Okay, well, I don't see anything that stands out. Let's take a look at this here. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Would make such a dangerous ring. Couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. How did he swallow it if it was that sharp? Was his throat bleeding? How the fuck do we ask them about that? I don't know if there's any real way to do that. Nope. Bingo! We got it. No other signs of internal injury? How is that possible? He swallowed the equivalent of a sharp metal object.
Objection!
Easy street. Aha! The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Oh, supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here. Oh, could I have presented the autopsy report there? Probably not. I don't think it was a direct contradiction with what I presented it on. It's just supporting evidence. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally.
Oh, does it actually say that? Then I probably could have done either.
Well, I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are these sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Game isn't very polite about what thing you pick. I think it had to be the ring. Usually that is the case. There have been instances in Ace Attorney in other games though, where there are two valid pieces of evidence to contradict something. I think this might have been the case here, but I don't know for sure. I just know for a fact that it's happened in other cases.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. I've always sounded like this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated into practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. That hurt. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
You open up the gate to find the truth.
I beg your pardon. I can't really hear you with your mask on. Could you repeat that, please? Thank you.
But Mama, she chose to stitch your corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
I'm not drunk enough for this. Yes, the ring.
I want her to stitch me up. What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have.
Oh, about when they got attacked?
Of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us!
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Ah, are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Ow! You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrest... Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Called out. Don't start laughing again.
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seemed you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh, look at that evil smile. This is one of the most villains we've had in Ace Attorney for a while. Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
How the fuck are we gonna do anything about this? If that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Please tell me you have something useful. And you're not just objecting for objection's sake.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
Ahow! My lord.
Your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole! I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Oh. Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
That pose doesn't look very good dead on. Very much looks better from the side.
Objection!
Jeez, fucking objection roulette.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that.
It is a JoJo pose. Ripped right out of Hirohiko Araki's hands.
Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
The reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. We do have that will and testament. Hang on. What did this will say? Isogi papers? Deliver to my son. And nothing about my chosen path. This doesn't really give us much. Is it that if he hadn't accepted the charges, then stuff couldn't have gone back to Kazuma? That why? I don't think we have anything else here that helps. No. let's see.
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
I think my best guess is honestly just the papers. I don't know why, but nothing else makes more sense than that.
Take that!
Ow! This is the defense's answer to that question.
Nope, wrong. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin.
Could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong.
If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
For me, I would have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
Well then, perhaps, he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. That could be it. Owie, my lord, the defense would like to... Okay. If it's not that... Some sort of clemency. It's all my inventory again. There's like 4 pages of evidence, so it's a lot to go through. But I'm going through one at a time here, just to see what I have. This is... Oh, it's this! This is the negotiation that we're talking about. He negotiated with the prison staff. I guess? That's the only thing that has negotiation in it. There we go. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order. Order! First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked. Aha! The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses.
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Kaden, and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Just summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison area. Asking Governor Kaden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency.
Sholmes, you god! Fucking 10 steps ahead, I love this man. Yeah, Sholmes is the fucking GOAT. Holy shit. Mr. Sholmes did that?
Or are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Excuse me. Yeah, Sholmes is the ex machina we needed. One guy who was just like, fuck it, I'm calling everybody.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Hey, Arsai. Last stream of the last case of the last game? Probably not. If I had to guess, this is maybe the second last case, if I get to another to be continued. I think there's still another section. Because I think ultimately we're going to prove who the real killer was in the Professor case. Once we prove that Genshin Asogi didn't do it. Typical Ace Attorney fashion. But we're close. We're damn close. We've been playing this game since June. And we are very, very close to the end. Jones just said the real contradiction was the friends we made along the way. Yeah.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Betty Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course.
God damn it.
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Question: how many days do you think the Endwalker patch is gonna take me to stream? 2 days. It'll be Tuesday and Friday. I don't think I've had a patch take me longer to beat than 2 days, so it's only for a week.
Bush, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago! And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything toward than happened.
Ow! A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you would call nothing untoward. I have enough points to Shadow Realm myself for 2 days. You could just do nothing, but you also absolutely have points to burn, so... well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection.
It's funnier to Shadow Realm myself. Fair.
If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Yes, hold on there, laddie. All I did was...
Want to see what happens when a mod gets Shadow Realmed? I have to re-mod you. It, Actually, I don't know if Shadow Realm works if you're a mod. It might not. I think I do have to remod you, because I think it's technically a chat command, but it's me doing it. I think? I don't know. Well, we'll find out.
Witness, Governor Caden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Then let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
It's his way of saying if you talk against me, you're dead, pretty much. Alright. Jailbreak plot.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. A directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Usogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
Wow, that's a whole lot of nothing. And directed from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye.
That's right. Oh, okay, never mind. He was absolutely saying there was some shit that went down. Ah! Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know. Listen, there is nothing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
Cosmo's desk slam is more of a desk chop. It's true. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Usogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Usogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
All right. I am gonna take a short break just to refill my water, and then we'll get into it because I've already cruised through all of it. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hey, Doppel, how's it going? Don't worry, I came back. I'm back with the milk. Like my salad with extra microplastics. Great. All right. Let's see.
Hold it!
We can just have to press everything here. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
Does dad shit naturally? But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling what it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
Excuse me. Can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
All X of us on the ground, as it were, did a borrow with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
I'd be the youngest one in chat, but I still can't believe people call me a dad because of my sneeze alone. You have the loudest sneeze I've ever heard. And the louder your sneeze, the higher the likelihood that you are a dad. The fact that your sneeze is that loud and you're not a dad is a statistical anomaly.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all.
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan? Might be a dad, but I'll have ever come in his butts. You never know.
I have no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folks in the prison service who've been given similar orders.
That volume came later from me, see? You got evidence right in chat. Our side was a perfectly normal sneezer, and then he had a kid and that's like a cannon going off. It happens. So you don't know who else was involved.
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. But sneezing loud since elementary school. It's a defense mechanism for the parent of a child to defend their young. Their sneezes get louder to scare off potential predators. 3rd or 4th grade, when I sneezed, the next door class would say "bless you." Some people are just like that though, because my mom's always been that way. And like, she doesn't sneeze, she screams. And that's exactly what you do, is you just scream as loud as you can. I don't know why.
Ah, why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Responsible for Sogi right up until the night of his execution.
Hold it!
Waddle just thinks it's funny. Yeah. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? What's popped you guys like your orange juice? None. For my pulp and juice list personally, so you just like oranges.
Everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Eyes.
Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of fire the country's nobles.
Oranges have juice. I take the pulp from your pulp-free juice that is restrained of its juices, so you can just eat fiber. You just suck down fiber powder. Yeah, I don't mind like medium pulp, but I definitely prefer pulpless.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Hush, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Jesus, this is very awkward. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Press that. But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Hey, well, be that as it may, I did not care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Try and quiet this sneeze. The back of my mouth feels prickly. Yeah, some people just can't do it. It's like not something you can really control. Just, it is the way it is. So that's what's it to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Okay. All I did was carry out my duty. Hey, see duty. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asoki was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the Joe out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Bingo.
Excuse me.
Got him. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh my god. You okay?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's still looting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
I like how Van Zieks is like way off to the side. To only be sometimes visible when the camera changes perspective.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Rosogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him,
Why'd you fake the execution?
why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah.
I am completely not associated with these people. I don't even want to be in the same room as them.
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with the Sogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls.
What if my sneezes are me charging up power? That's you expending your power. That's you ejecting the straightness from your body.
I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, that is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
Oh, DBZ rules yelling means charging? Yeah, but you don't do it continuously, you do it in one burst. Which means you're sending out your attack. Don't you try to fuck with the DBZ rules with me, mister. I'm an expert. I know what I'm talking about.
If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between the Sogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony.
Yes, hey, go on then.
Ooh, my heart's sweating. Don't you try to fuck, that's top speak. Goddamn bottoms. It's not your job. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Didn't he, though? Bottoms are appropriating top culture. Oh, God. I'm sure the queer community would love for more bottoms to appropriate top culture. There's a pretty critical lack of them, if my understanding is correct. I think it's his papers. I'm kind of going like, I do absolutely have something to bargain with.
Objection.
I don't know what it is, but... Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Inshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would shake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that, or stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Does it exist? There are switches? Oh yeah, that's true. Which means that Mr. Rosogi must have had a trump card. There's just really not enough of them, if my understanding is correct. Based on the queer people I've talked to, there are not many tops and an overwhelming amount of bottoms. Which means that Mr. Rosogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Avarice! I felt like couldn't have possibly have anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you weird rat? Did I no tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now.
When Mr. Vigil, is the bailiff not going to do anything about this? Hey, one of your witnesses is being assaulted on the fucking stand. Hello? When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Actually, switch, but I have more bottom tendencies personality-wise. You don't say.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
Is there even a bailiff in the private court? I mean, they keep yelling out to the bailiff. They already did, previously. So I assume there is one. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
James, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell what I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you did not do a proper job, eh, you peely wally galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know, your lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that. I swear.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers.
Oh, a waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Yeah, they're chanting testify. Rad, isn't it? I testify. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Rasogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Usogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Starting to think this judge has a huge conflict of interest, but since when does that matter in AA? Fucking no kidding.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Are you not satisfied with calling me a liar once, you wee waffinger?
Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it?
I love that he's doing one part of the animation as a fuck you to the other guy. That's so good.
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Arrgh!
Little and large. What a double act. Yeah, it looks like a fucking Muppet.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Hey, and I cannot deny the handwriting is your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. I bet you there was another page. Really?
This last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright. I think I'm gonna get to the end of this cross-examination, and then I think I'm gonna have to call it because my voice is starting to hurt. We'll see where this goes. A cheek slap has gotta hurt. Yeah, he does it hard. His lips get jiggle physics when he does it. Alright. He was found guilty in court. He was doing something with that will in his cell. What was he doing? I want to know. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the bumpot you are, you did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah.
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Suspicious? How? The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. Okay, turn the silence head up, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. Only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. Document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell.
Hold it!
Let's talk about that. Who told you that? And Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Hey, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books. That kimono. His sword.
His sword?
Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. It being the soul of the clan, could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence.
No one has carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. It couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see?
Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuki inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, that does just look like a squad of massive jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil!
Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
It's something about the testimony we just heard. I recalled something of importance.
Yeah, he wrote in scarlet ink, I think.
Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness. Is that really what you saw?
Ah, well, sir!
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? Although it's Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, there I have her. You can plainly see the right in here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
It was definitely a will, was it? The letter was forged in black ink or it dried black? I don't know yet. I'm thinking it was forged. That's my current thought process. It was either forged or there was another paper. There was a third page that got lost.
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. Have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add.
Will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once.
Yeah, black or red ink is suck. Was it invisible ink? No, because it was already written when he got there. It wasn't writing it as he was looking at it. Fuck, I don't know. My testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could have possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
Starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. There is a red mark, but I can't, like, look closely at it.
Absolutely.
It's in, like, the corner, I think. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. But, like, if I examine it, I can't fucking... Like, there's nothing here. Oh, did he write it in blood? Maybe? I don't know. Also, something just occurred to me, which is kind of a weird thing to notice. We have 6 statements here. I don't remember any other Ace Attorney game having 6 statements at any time. I might be fully misremembering though. But most of the time when they add something, they started with less than 5, or they replace another statement. This is the first time we've had 6? And the paper dries brown? Yeah, I don't know. It's happened a lot in this game, I've noticed a lot. I don't know if it's happened, because I know beforehand in this game, we've definitely had amended testimonies, but it usually replaces a statement. They've added it on as well before, but they started with less than 5, which is normally what happens. I think this might be the first time they've had 6, but I could be wrong. It's not something I typically notice. I've seen 6 dots at least once per court case. Oh, okay. Then I definitely just haven't noticed it. Turn the cell inside, looking out for the execution, but no avail. Document is written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Do we have anything about red ink? Who's hiding the third part while waiting in a cell? Maybe. I mean, I kind of want to present it just because there's the red mark. But that's kind of a... I don't know about that. Oops. No. We'll give it a shot. We have lives to spare, and I got a safety save. Can I turn over the drill itinerary? No, unfortunately. It's just text. Hey, I imagine it's written on the back of that. Let's try it.
Objection.
No, okay. I didn't think so. Just gonna reload the save because that was a Hail Mary. Okay, red ink. Is there anything that supports that? Oh, yes! We have this! I forgot about this. The additional notes on the autopsy. This is exactly what we needed. Wait. No, hang on. Clint Van Zeeks wrote it, though. Oh. What the fuck does this mean? Fuck it, let's send it and find out.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Us again! You have no evidence to say that! Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that worked, I'm gonna be honest. That was kind of a... that was a leap. Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Wait a minute, hang on. Just I'll check something. Yeah, no, it doesn't say that it was on the suspect's hand. Weird. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
Yeah, I have papers. Cosima gets a scroll. Unfair.
What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir! When you spotted Mr. Rasogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, well, what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A last will and testament? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Rasogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
No.
What?
Objection!
And the plot thickens again.
This
is a new pose. Oh shit.
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes. Was that a Randy Feltface reference? It was. One of my favorite quotes of him. I say it all the time.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zieks?
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. But what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. If it was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information. The utmost secrecy. Ah! No. It couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Isoki had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there was no line of reasoning to pursue.
Well, the reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. Only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. Was Clint the killer? Was he admitting to it? That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato, was it a confession of guilt? So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. Oh! 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke! Fucking let me finish. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession. Ah! You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Van Zieks is gonna fucking kill me. Barrick is gonna actually kill me in this courtroom.
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. Yeah, he's gonna fucking pop the stand and rush me. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. Man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Isogi at all.
No, you can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Woo. That's spicy. That's a spicy meatball. Has there ever been a witness that attacked the defense in any of the games? I don't think so. Not that I can think. At least not in the courtroom. You get attacked by other people. You get attacked by a prosecutor at one point.
It's finally open, isn't it? Is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was the power ground of justice in the capital.
There's actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vast nature. If the General Public ever found out, law and order of this country will be finished.
I know the prosecution uses whips and other cups of tea and coffee. There's a moment in Ace Attorney 1 where you get attacked by the prosecution. And as far as other games, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I think it's happened at least once, but I think around like 2 or 3 times.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Beric von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Oh yeah, Old Bag uses a toy gun. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his old brother really was?
Order, order, order in court.
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Balmung is a rad fucking name for a dog.
I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Ooh, boy. That's not good. Hey, Sholmes. Can you bring it in, please? A jewel-studded collar.
That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. I'm calling my kid Balmung. Poor kid.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold.
There it is.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
So it is true then. Well, Van Zieks really was the professor.
Impossible. Those Japanese are making it all to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was the noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. Ow! My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Is it gonna be the real truth though, or is he still gonna cover it up?
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant even ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising. The truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive, as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. A large family estate is a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard under this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own.
The rich are immune to justice even back then? Shit, man. Back then it was probably even worse. And it's still pretty bad.
You can only imagine what now happened between the two men. But we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zieks with the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. With a Western sword, though? Wouldn't he use his katana? I don't think that's the full story.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
I think he's still lying. I think this might be a Damon Gant situation.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father? Oh, what situation? There was another character in, the bonus case of Ace Attorney 1. That began to admit things and turned out to be the actual killer. And I think that might be what's happening here. I think he might end up being the actual guy who killed Clint Van Zieks. Because I don't understand why Genshin Asogi wielding a katana would have killed him with a Western sword. That doesn't add up.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Ah! Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Even if the duel had specific weapons? Well, that's assuming that there was a duel that took place at all. We don't know that.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to the man's rampage, for the good of the country. I will use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. But what weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
He threatened his fucking wife and kid? What the fuck?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Here's my theory, alright? My theory is, for some reason, Lord Strongheart kills Clint Van Zeeks. Kills him, leaves the scene of the crime. Genshin Asogi shows up, sees the body there, freaks out, takes the will, and bounces. The reason that he was shot after his escape attempt was purely because Strongheart wanted to close that loose end of the will, to make sure that never came to light. I don't know how or why, but that's my guess. He needed to know where the will was, and that was why he couldn't execute him on the gallows. I'm guessing a bargain between them of like, I'll tell you where the will is once I'm mid-escape. And then, once he figured out where the will was, that was when he offed him. Kazuma. How long are you gonna whine that for?
He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Oh. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael's Strongheart? He's gonna say no. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric von Zeeks? The spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, has returned to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What? What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Oh, okay. He is admitting it. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. Though I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I have successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade.
Yeah, if he's admitting to it all right now, it seems like this case is going to end early, and that can't be right. There's got to be more to this.
That is everything.
I'm still not buying this. There's too many questions.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do by here confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. Well, those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought to the court anyway. It was all in aid to keep London safe.
Oh, this is a new song. Wow, they're saving everything for this trial, huh? And it's a slowed down, ominous version, I think, of the Pursuit theme, I think?
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all to appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect.
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Oh, no matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Is it actually Strongheart? Is Strongheart the professor this whole time? Is that the conclusion we're gonna come to?
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
there are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3
Kinda with me, chat. 1, 2. You fucking idiot. There is a third page, and he knows about it. You absolute buffoon.
and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
You fucked up at the last moment. If you had just kept your mouth shut, we would have been fine. You would have gotten away with it.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
There it is. I knew it. You son of a bitch. Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Strongheart, you absolute fool. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. The claim my words contained a contradiction. With what piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
Can't believe it. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden.
Eh? What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black. Wore 'em like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we would now wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought need be sent.
Objection!
Aha! Ah! How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
As it happens, I had the 3rd page of the document with me here and now. My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. And the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
Why does he have the page on him? I don't know. This is probably one of the more ridiculous parts of the trial. The fact that he would just bring that with him for some reason.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden.
Wow, that I thought he would require more coercing on that.
You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only, I should pull up, my lord. Can I actually read what language?
Who is this? Oh, is this Mikotoba?
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Yep.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Like the music box disc in the previous court case? Yeah, I think there's gonna be a hidden message.
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
What does it say?
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
You hid it in the sword! It's in the sword!
That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem? Twist thy head.
Father,
What is Kuruma?
the name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
Okay, thanks for your input. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Missed for 10 years? Here's the thing. He had to hide it in that because he couldn't leave it behind. And that was why it was so important that all of his belongings go to Kazuma. Is because that last weapon was hidden there. Depending on where it's hidden, he never would have found it. But because they didn't send the third page, he never thought to find it. He never thought to look and, you know, dismantle the sword. Bingo.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why.
The fucking sword!
I've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. Why do we keep doing this? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? I changed my mind. Fuck you. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
It's my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Come on, baby. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashida, I believe. Kashida? Why are you surprised by that? You know Japanese. Alright, weird localization. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think. Ah! Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? I knew it! Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo! Look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Zieks. And the date. 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. What does it say? Oh, I can't examine it! I can't examine it. I have to present it to find out what it means. Oh, that's awesome, actually. I fucking love that. That's narratively so cool. I have to get the dramatic reveal. Oh, that's dope as fuck. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Oh, thank God you're playing the fucking Overture to Pursuit right now. Omen to Pursuit or whatever. Oh, I love this song.
What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? This might be the last This might be the last thing we do in the game. We might actually be finishing this tonight. I thought there'd be more, but I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you... Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can sell this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
A wonderful, astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Oh, baby.
Impossible. That can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, we got him! We fucking got him, baby! Come on!
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this. Now's a bad time for Twitch to start buffering. Oh no! Inside Kuruma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Isogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge. And then reveal the truth.
Your signature and seal certainly look official.
Is he gonna destroy it? God, I hope not. I mean, he would have to come over here to do that.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
Oh, look at the face on Strongheart right now, baby!
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me, at once!
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Come on, baby! Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day.
It's exactly as the young Japanese man said.
Read it out, now!
I have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped.
You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it! The prosecution gives its full support. Yeah, in a closed court with all the bigwigs in the gallery, and by order of the queen. He's tied. He can't do shit. Very well then.
No, for God's sake.
No! Come on, baby. I hope that's not his breakdown. I hope there's more. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. Oh, there was a duel. Oh, fuck. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. Yeah, literally 11th hour evidence. However, 6 months ago I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon, who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a few fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. Why is Strongheart against this? We don't know yet, but I feel like we're going to find out. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There was no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of my beast at your throat every time you swallow. We fucking got him! Hell yeah! So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. He does look pleased. That does concern me. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! I'm hoping this is a smile of losing your mind in the midst of a breakdown, but I don't know that for sure.
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now.
I'm hoping this is a breakdown.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Atsugi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him.
He destroyed the witness stand then too? I think you might have mentioned that, but I forgot. That's funny.
When I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishido, you fool. As you know, Sogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. He intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air.
He's starting to spiral.
But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Arg! Oh yes. Arg.
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Anik Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire.
Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? We had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot!
Jesus Christ. So Jigoku's even more guilty than we thought.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night.
Yeah, Anik Drebber's mere presence got Asogi killed. Literally could not have been worse. Worst place, worst time. I have a feeling he's not gonna have a breakdown.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. Yeah, I guess that no was his breakdown. Okay. So you can coerce him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Protection.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zixie who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Isoki, who risked his life going to pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little...
Oh, hang on, I might have spoke too soon.
When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You have consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Oh, hang on. Ah! Oh. Okay, well, never mind. It's the same animation. Oh, hang on, hold up. Hang on. Wow, he really is Damon Gant, huh?
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud! Keep your mockery!
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
Oh,
What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No.
what?
It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools, who have acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses!
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Ah, fuck. Oh, we were so close. Fuck. But hey, still means there might be a breakdown.
I would like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present.
He's pulling the mob boss maneuver.
You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there require at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
I think I said occupy.
So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? You'll learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial, amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals.
Jesus.
But think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. Yeah, 600,000 criminals. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
Seems low for 6,000. I mean that's how many they caught.
That's a point. The things Lord Strongheart have done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? Captain, I heard the threat of the Reaver over the years has done wonders for the Grimwraith. And by fair means or foul, it's all thanks to Strongheart.
Ah, fuck me. One speech and he pulls the full fucking gallery to his side? Are you kidding me? Alright. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary?
Oh, look at this smug fuck. You bastard.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
I have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. That Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come into an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. We have one final piece. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Oh yeah! Big finale music time!
But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. It's the radio to Sholmes, baby!
Take that!
I'm calling for backup!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave!
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes! Oh yeah, he might have been recording it.
Oh, fuck. You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What? What? A fucking hologram? In 19th century Britain? 20th century Britain? I forget. Whatever. What? What is happening?
It's Mr. Sholmes!
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What the? We can't get all of them, my lord.
Look at him dance. Oh my god. Look at him go.
We just go right through them.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will.
What the fuck is happening? This is probably the most Deus Ex Machina we've gotten since, like, the second trial of the first game.
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Yeah, Sholmes is very much the Magatama of this game. More specifically, it's the list of names on the back of a shopping receipt that caused Red White to admit to everything.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought it might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Or shock arrival.
Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking,
Where exactly are you?
the very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace.
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
Okay. What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. Name pending.
You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
You don't mean...
Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
He told on him to Mom. He snitched.
You...
I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Of course she calls her Vicky.
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have another message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Come on, baby. Break down, please.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I thought I was gonna land on him and set him on fire. Oh shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, please land on him. Just fucking rolling towards him. Ah! Ah! That's a good one. Now that's a breakdown. Oh my god! Now that's what we're talking about. Hell of a thing, no kidding.
Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything.
Oh my god, his eyes.
When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person.
Fucking called it.
But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Hey, we were hoping that the lackluster breakdowns up until this point were just leading up to a big finale, and I gotta say, we were absolutely correct. That was maybe one of the best breakdowns in the entire series. That was awesome. That's up there with the Dual Destinies final case breakdown. That's real good.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
Oh, hell yeah. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Yo, is Van Zieks gonna break down? Beric?
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Lint Van Zeeks.
Lint.
What was it? What was the second thing?
Damn. Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I'd like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend?
My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land in these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks!
Hell yeah. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and never patient judicial assistant, Miss Susada, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is, a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth together, all together. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Fuck yeah.
Well, I must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much. Are you gonna thank me, Cosmo, for anything?
So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
Come on, baby. Give it to me. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zieks,
Hell yeah! Woo! We did it!
that is all. Court is adjourned.
I didn't think we beat the game tonight, but we just got on a roll and I couldn't stop. Aw, fucking amazing game. That is tremendously good. I think I can safely say at this point, I don't know if I like it more than Dual Destinies. I have to replay Dual Destinies to know. But definitely my number 2. I guess I kind of count the first and second game together. Apparently these were supposed to be one game, according to Shu Takami, who's like the lead producer. But they ended up splitting it up into 2, so I kind of treat them together, sort of. Worth the final breakdown? Yeah, I mean, you know, even considering that a lot of the other breakdowns in these games were not quite as dramatic, the writing is some of the best Ace Attorney has ever had, by a long shot. Like, the whole overarching mystery, all the individual mysteries in each of the cases. Like, this game is tremendously well written. But I'll talk more about that when the credits start to roll, because we still got more stuff to go through. 4th of November, 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Yeah. Mr. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse.
And over a year since I played the first game.
For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in court today. Van Zieks is the best vampire in any game ever. He's pretty phenomenal. I like Van Zieks a lot. He might be my favorite prosecutor. Because as much as I like Dual Destinies, Simon Blackwell is not my favorite. I think Edgeworth was my favorite before him. Yeah, I think I really like him. He's got a really, really solid character arc. And he's very involved with the plot, so like, yeah, I think he's my favorite. He's really good. Really, as though I've robbed you of something you'd held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Of course. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zieks,
Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology. Oh, excuse me.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. First is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friends. I rest my quill. In Van Zieks. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I've no fucking idea. Shelms, maybe? I think perhaps. Perhaps? Oh, it's Mikitoba.
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin.
Hey, more people should say farewell to Genshin, if you know what I'm saying.
Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishido and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. Wow, you have not aged a day in 10 years.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
Lady of the Gentry.
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. Oh, is this, Iris? As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. Is Iris Clint's daughter? Hang on. I can't know for that. I feel like I'm assuming too much.
My goodness.
I swore to the man I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once.
Seishido and... No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Yeah, it's gotta be Iris. She's the only kid who's old enough.
Right, I see. Very well, then.
She's the only emergency ration in the game.
That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
Oh my god. Iris is his daughter.
The old woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
Do not show me a baby with pink hair. I will end the stream.
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, our efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye.
Bingo.
It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place.
Yep.
B for Baskerville.
Baskerville? You mean, woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case?
I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. She must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust.
This is another new track. God, they saved so many for the final kiss.
I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. And I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look in my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he is a heart of gold.
Really, all can be said that I did for the child
All it can be said that I did for the child. Yep.
was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. I am a Mikotoba. Oh! Oh!
That's right, I am a. That's right, I am a. Or in English, Iris.
I'd explain how that made a fuck out of kid, yeah. Iris. I had no idea. Ow! Mr. Donato, what's wrong? The little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. I don't know why I said behind like that.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive talking you do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous.
Too busy being eccentric, Reed, insane to have sex with a woman? Yeah. I don't think there's a sexual thought in that man's head.
Our checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice,
Oh, the Lord Chief Injustice? That's good. That's real good.
that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures.
Bruno, Susie.
Oh, Iris. Fucking, no one's like, oh shit.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Oh, now he's smiling. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly.
Fucking look at this album cover pose.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zieks!
I made it like 5 steps. What do you want? Yes?
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool.
Yep.
Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can.
Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I wonder what will happen to him. Kazuma Asogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Your ball's finally dropped. Congratulations. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. I mean, we must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh, about whether or not to go back to Japan. 4th of November, 6:25 p.m., Sholmes's Suite. I'm home. Oh, God. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting for ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. I said that weird. I thought that sentence was going another way. Right, I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
Iris, you really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
Buck! I assure you will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective revealing his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were there? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. Hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Baylor.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Rudo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to fill me boots. What? With shit? I don't know what that means.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing my cuppas cover and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, our Reaper ain't ever going to accept a diver turned dick, is he? Yeah.
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh? It's Inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. 10 years without fail, measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Come on, Gina. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny, yes he was.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. I swear.
I'll find you, Dad, and bring him in kicking and strangling.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well,
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Eh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. So many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it, because I finally realized.
Didn't her dad die in the first case of the first game? No, that was revealed to be the reason she thought he was her dad was because she was reading the reports in the trunk. Specifically the autopsy report, the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks. And it was signed off on by Dr. Wilson, but it was actually written by Professor Mikotoba. So there was a period where it was like, is Professor Mikotoba her dad? But it turns out that that was just a red herring, and we had no clues until we found out that Clint is actually your father.
My daddy is the greatest in the world.
Oh, I knew it.
I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Aw, that's real cute.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Mikotoba,
Yes, Holmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you.
You old softy chums. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Remember that ending art? Nope, not yet. 4th of November, 9:37 p.m. Nodohoro's Legal Consultancy. Liner. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, time has come. Time to bid this place farewell.
Nodohoro.
Fuck, I'm wrong every time. Oh, Professor.
Sorry, something got in my throat. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. The subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. I left Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why.
I read Saseki-san's report about his final days in London. My heart nearly stopped. and stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar.
Yep.
The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you would have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yes. Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. But you also might have been complicating some other investigations, who knows?
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean.
John sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It's the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
You did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Eyes twitching. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I almost said Esquire on reflex. Too much time voicing Soseki.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. Oh, montage time? My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
Path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Well, with the symposium having been cancelled now. I guess that would make sense. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Ah, she heard. I thought so. Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh. How much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Well, this is immensely sad music. Come on now. Susato-san.
Ah, yes.
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
It'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. There'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, he was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks...
Oh god, I'm getting choked up. Genuinely.
anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves.
I also think my voice just went. I can't know anymore. I think I finally lost my voice. Susato-san. Thank you. I genuinely couldn't hit it. That's funny. Ah, 7th of November, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. Quayside? Quayside? I actually don't know how to pronounce that. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Bruno?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you were going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that. Oh, thank God they translated it for me. Never would have understood that in Japanese.
Susato-san.
Oh, all right.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
Thank God I don't have to voice you anymore because I actually physically can't.
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me.
And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Oh, is he here?
Ryunosuke,
Hey.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
Oh, not anymore.
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Ah, the sword.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Doesn't feel worthy.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Oh yeah, does this mean Susato doesn't need to stay behind because he's learning from Zeke's?
The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side.
Yay!
Unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Yay!
I mean, I
I kind of saw this coming.
would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Whatever. I guess that makes sense. That does track.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke
Oh,
back
that's
to Japan?
pronounced. Never thought about that. Of like, I have been pronouncing that wrong the whole time.
Yes.
The Japanese always have the accent on the first syllable.
I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me.
My God, get a
Together we
room.
can take on the world.
Just propose.
I'm
Jesus.
terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me,
That-
I'd be delighted.
That's the greatest lie ever told in Ace Attorney. Are you fucking kidding me? Susato incompetent? She's bailed us out more than every other fucking assistant combined. Are you kidding me? I don't think any assistant in the entirety of Ace Attorney is as helpful as she is. Holy fuck.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
That's more accurate.
Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
But she didn't. You know full well she didn't just come up with this on the spot. Oh, thank God they're translating that.
Your ship's about to leave!
Oh, that's what Iris sounds like? Okay. I guess that tracks. She's a 10-year-old girl.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Runosuke.
I'm assuming that's Iris.
Kazuma, draw
No one
your
else calls
sword.
him Runa. Anime? Oh no. Still animated. Well, that's kind of redundant. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom.
Okay, I was gonna say.
A day I eagerly
Why?
await
Why?
as a lawyer.
I got it. It was a metaphor.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner.
Is that it? Is it cutscene? Oh, nope, never mind.
Don't forget
Or
me,
credit
then,
time?
Kazuma.
As if I could.
Fucking is it cutscene time in an Ace Attorney game? It's literally always cutscene time.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting.
Why
with the
is
friends
Susato
I've
waving
made
like
in
that?
London. And when we're
That's
together
weird.
again,
That must be a cultural thing that I don't know about.
no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh, I like the objection noise they played. Is it credits time?
The ship, with our
Nope, not yet.
friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
Who is writing this? I guess this is the voice of the narrator.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
Yeah. This is Iris's writing
We have
voice.
but to gently close our eyes
And we are with our
Hey!
companions once more.
See? Exactly what I thought.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
I'll do it.
Objection!
Yay!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
And there it is! The Great Ace Attorney! 2, technically. I mean, they're both basically the part of the same game. Hey! Alright! We did it! I didn't expect it to beat it tonight, but hey! So happened that we did.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, I have decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Hell yeah. Very, very good game. One of my favorites, for sure.
I gave it a note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry.
Oh.
And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Gotta go through all the characters, the ones that are still alive anyways. If you show me Susato, I can't do her voice.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride.
I figured it was his.
But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward, toward a brighter future.
Still Alive is a different game's ending? Ah, shit, you're right. We played Portal recently, I got my thoughts mixed up.
Ah, yes! Yes! The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
No. Thank God we got to see the dog again. Oh. It's a full version of this with more themes in it. Oh, hey! Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at art, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I gotta complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as they say. We'll miss you, Gregson. You might have been a not great guy, but you were a fun character. Oh my God.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Office of Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Oh my God.
Objection! A bleak overstatement! Overruled! The minister has been detained in Britain anyway!
Who is this catfish counsel for the defense, and women are forbidden to enter the courtroom? Oh really? My friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom all the time, and doing a wonderful job.
Oh God.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
Oh, he got caught going in. That's pretty funny. Oh God, I'm gonna have to remember a lot of character voices to finish this out. Hopefully it's most of the regular ones.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at fiddling corpses?
Yes, there are fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do.
I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad.
Aw. She probably is going to be tried and executed, though. So that's kind of nice, but she is a dead woman walking, because capital punishment is always the crime. Or is always the punishment. Oh, God.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked the Splendid Hotel and now I can't afford the bill. No, Barrack, come to my rescue again, please. Hi, I wish you could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Oh, Hairbrain, you're maybe one of the worst clients in any of the fucking games. Only second to the legendary case in Trials and Tribulations.
When I went to make the waxworks impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even the witness standards are across the room in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing winter spells would not do.
I will miss you, Two Spells. You are a cutie. Alright, who else? Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Hey, everyone calls me Gossip. I sell genty little tidbits to pass by, you know.
Oh, Christ.
Hey, everyone calls me a Peppino, and I sell other spaghetti. It's a moderator than my hair. Everyone, they call me? No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly. How charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
Alright, we'll see about that. I still don't know how old the fucking Italian kid is. That might be a full-grown adult and I have no idea. He could be fucking 40 and I'd just be completely oblivious. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. Hell yeah. Him being a prosecutor does definitely lend credence to the fact, or the theory that he's one of Edgeworth's ancestors. Jesus Christ, I can't talk anymore. I'm falling apart. Don't show me Mikotoba, or Susato, please. Fuck. Alright, here we go.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, I can do it again.
It is important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers.
Oh, god damn it.
A great ace attorney, some might say.
Oh, Jesus. Oh yeah, my voice is gonna be hurting tomorrow. Thank God Final Fantasy XIV does not require nearly as much voice acting. In fact, any. Because I just don't do it. Hey, there it is. I knew there was gonna be an ending picture. I like that they got the cat. Wagahai. Also, it occurred to me, I didn't even clock it, but Soseki was covered in cats, wasn't he? When we saw him. I didn't even think about that. And there it is, folks. That's the Great Ace Attorney. What a phenomenal game. That was excellent. Both games were very, very good, but especially playing them together. I mean, you kind of have to play them together. Well, you don't have to, but like, it definitely plays a lot better that way. And I mean, given that the ending of the first game is a blatant cliffhanger, you know, like I said, I think I don't know if it's official, if they like came out, if Shutakami came out and said it, of like, they were originally supposed to be one game. But based on how these games are kind of made, I would buy it personally. Because they definitely feel like they're meant to be played together. But this was phenomenal. I think it's got some of the best writing in the entire series, if not the best. Like, the soundtrack was excellent. Probably one of my favorite soundtracks. It's really just like the only game that I would consider this game to be maybe worse than is Dual Destinies. And I'm pretty confident that that's got some like nostalgia bias to it. Even though Dual Destinies I didn't play as a kid. I played it like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. So it's not nearly old enough to be nostalgic for it. But anyways, like comparing this game to like Spirit of Justice, this game is absolutely better. Any of the original trilogy, this game is better. Any of the side games, this game is better. So like, it's really just this game and Dual Destinies that are in contention. If it's not my number one, which I don't know if I can say it's my number one until I play Dual Destinies again, because Dual Destinies I like a lot. But this is easily number two. If I had to choose which game, because here's the thing, right? There are technically 2 games here. So if I had to choose which game is the better one, I would say probably the second one for obvious reasons, right? It just completes the grand mystery that the first game kind of set up. I guess there wasn't that much foreshadowing in the first game for the stuff in the second game, but like still there was enough that like it was very clearly a cliffhanger. But the first game was still very good. I would say it's... Where would I put the first game? Oh, Toby! Yay! Yo, Toby's the best character. Oh my god. There he goes. He's got a full fucking animation for it. That's so great. But the first game, I would probably put... I'd say it's probably on par with Spirit of Justice. And yeah, the parallels between Mael Strongheart and Damon Gant are insane. They're almost the same character. It's kind of nuts how close they are, character-wise. Like, even the way things shook out was very similar. And I mean, the fact that he has the big clapping moment, that's literally what Damon Gant does. So, they definitely took a lot of inspiration from that case for this game. Or at least for Strongheart. But he was a really good villain. I had suspicion about him. I don't know if I ever suspected him in the first game. I don't know if I ever did. I think it was in the second game that I started to suspect him. Mainly due to his connections with... between Dr. Scythe and him. Because he was a big supporter of her, and then she turned out to be crooked. Or at least like lying. So it was like, okay, well... There's got to be some sort of connection there. The end. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Finn. Excellent. Very, very good. Also, who owns the... Okami is Capcom, right? Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice indeed. Capcom owns the rights to Okami. It's funny, it just occurred to me, this credit sequence is literally identical to Okami. I didn't realize it as it was happening, but I was like, oh, wait, yeah. Okami had the same ending. Or same credit sequence. Well, there we go. We went an hour late, but hey, it was worth it. We finished Great Ace Attorney 2. This was a, how many month endeavor? June, July, August, September. So like 4 or 5 months? Probably around 4. Hey, I knew it would take a while, but it is now done. and it was a great time. Tremendously good time. Had a lot of fun. So with this finally over, that means we're back to a somewhat normal schedule of just playing one game a day. Perish the thought. We'll be moving on to our next long haul game. A game that I'm expecting to take quite a long time. Probably not as much as this game. Because this game I had to play very sparsely to kind of make sure my voice survived, and you could already tell that I was starting to lose it by the end of this because we had an extra long session. So we kept having to do shorter chunks of this peppered over a week. So this is probably one of our longest series to finish. Not the longest. I should mention, I believe Digimon Cyber Sleuth 1 and 2. Well, actually, because I think finishing both Cyber Sleuth games took about 5 months. And considering one of these games took 4, technically, this might be our longest running series. Not by hours, but just by, well, not counting FF14, obviously, because that's far and away the most. Yeah, if I add together both this game and how long it took me to beat the first game and the second game, I think this might be our longest running series. The games that took me the longest to beat. Once again, of course, I would have beaten it faster had I not been worried about my voice. But anyways, so now it's done. So we will be following this up with Final Fantasy IV. One of my really first Final Fantasy games. I've only played one, I think, like the iOS port of one, 14 and 15, and I guess 6 by association because I watched Matt play it. So this is going to be my like first classic Final Fantasy game that I'm playing on my own, and we'll see how it goes. But we'll be starting that next week, because tomorrow is the new FF14 patch. So 6.5 is coming out. We're going to be playing that. We will be playing the side content first, the Alliance Raid stuff. We'll be doing that on tomorrow, and then we'll save the MSQ for Friday. Just so people get time to... Anyone who happens to show up doesn't get spoiled, because they'll have gone through it on their own, presumably. That's the idea anyways. So, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I had a fucking blast. This whole series, but especially this stream, was super fun to go through. Just me yelling like crazy. So Toaster, Doppel, Waffle, Matt, Arsai, thanks everybody who showed up today. We appreciate you every time you show up. Happy to see you. And let's see where we're dropping you off, shall we? Oh, and I should mention, just in case anyone forgets, and I don't mention it tomorrow, on Wednesday, instead of the normal Spider Heck that we'd been doing, we will be starting Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. That'll be on Matt's channel, which I will link right here at twitch.tv/Mytholomew. And of course, there's a join the Discord and talk to us, get alerts, stuff like that. You know the drill. Yes, Matt is streaming Tears of the Kingdom right now, and I think we will raid him, because everyone else is occupado. Pretty much everyone is playing Lies of P, so let's go ahead and raid Matt. All right. But hell yeah. Once again, thanks you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Darian is playing Cyberpunk, that's true, but she has like 300 viewers, and I'm like, you know what? I'm good. When a streamer has that many viewers, it's like kind of hard to interact with them. So I don't like raiding when there's that many people. But we raid Darian plenty of times over the week. So we're not losing anything. But yes, once again, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah, she is dressed as the bride. She's doing some cosplay, which is pretty great. Like I said, we'll be back here tomorrow for some FF14. And yeah, YouTube, if you made it this far, which I'm almost certain you didn't, but if you did, hey, good on you. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll see you in the next game. Bye-bye.